good evening, or simply hi. Things are fine. The calmer season is starting over here. So, yeah, it's becoming more manageable to plan things for life and creativity, which feels good. And I'm getting closer to making the necessary papers to move from the place where I'm at right now and to the next one. The process is, uh, well, it's still in the early works, but I have a meeting with my bank on Tuesday, and I'm still cleaning up my different rooms and preparing to put things in boxes while taking pictures on other areas of the house to make it sellable or whatever to call it. So thanks, it's progressing fine, I think. And good evening to the Netherlands as well, of course. Well, the big painting is on the other side of the room. I felt like putting something different up. So generally, the more wintry painting is on top of the bed, which is across from where I'm sitting right now. Because right now I'm at a moment of transitions, not just between seasons, but also moving. And of course, the seasons are changing too. So it felt appropriate to have a different scenery behind me today. As it's been raining the past week, I haven't been able to record any videos outside that I had planned, but that doesn't mean that they're not in planning. As for books that I could recommend, uh, I couldn't really recommend any titles for the moment that I haven't recommended before, but that depends completely on what you're interested in. So, and listening or watching while painting sounds like an interesting combination. It's mostly going to be like a Q&A combined with drinking beer, I guess. And also, good morning to those of you who have a morning right now. And if I like the Berserk manga, I've never read the manga, but I've seen the anime in the past, and I don't mind it. As for happiness, yeah, it's a weird, or not weird, but it's a special kind of movie. It's different. Definitely has that indie vibe to it. As for what I do as a job, uh, I work at a restaurant. And good evening. And as I'm getting into the autumn and also moving from one place to another and leaving behind like a chapter of my life, I'm also in like a extended or increased melancholic state, that if I'm feeling very inspired and creative, but also very low. So I have a lot of ideas for both songs and videos, but I'm trying to overcome my personal need, which is more like a compulsion rather than a real need of having the right kind of mood or condition to make the different songs or videos that I have planned. Because of course I could wait for those conditions forever and it will never be perfect, but I'm working on getting better at that always. And yeah, I'm a chef among other things, but working in a kitchen means a lot of different things. But yeah, different days and different hours. A chef is one of them. And hi and hello. As for where I will be living, it's like a city or a countryside city. It's not like a village or less than a village where I am now. It's a bigger city than where I lived before. It's connected to where I lived before, so it's close to Vartofta. But it's a bit bigger. It has a few thousand people in it, so it has proper stores and post offices and things that I don't have right now. And more importantly, it has internet, so I can be more active and not have to travel somewhere to do these kinds of things. And of course, it won't have radio interference either. As for a summary of important things that I found to sustain myself over the past half decade, and well, my perspective of some things is definitely making sure to meditate, and that can mean many different things. Because many things can be meditative depending on your approach and just how you are as a person. Um, but yeah, I think that's a hard question to answer as a stream of consciousness approach rather than thinking about it properly and then making a condensed video about it. Because a summary is more like a checklist, but definitely meditation is on top of that list, because most things that I do has a ritualistic or meditative approach. At least that is one of the things or aspects that helps me going through life and my days, to find some kind of pattern to the things. And another aspect of those meditations is walking, but sustenance as of food, well, I can be very minimalistic, but also varied. So once again, that it my response is similar to the spiritual and mental sustenance is similar to the physical one, because we are all different, and our bodies and minds absorbs things differently. So yeah, get making yourself for a few dishes that you can prepare well, that you are proud of, both for yourself and for others. Like a good soup is always good, or a good stew, a good bread. Can be many approaches to these things, because many things can be considered a soup or a stew or a bread. Many different traditions across all of the world. And I think, well, when it comes to what Sweden is to artists, I think it's hard to answer that, because my experience from not doing normal music but more alternative or underground, there's definitely no support for what I do in this country, especially in venues or radio or wherever. That's much bigger in other countries like Germany or the Netherlands or Belgium or France or the UK, from my perspective. And welcome back, both Elvi and a few more of you. It's nice to see you too. Good evening. And as for showing my record collection, I don't really have one, but I can make sure to try to look through a few things that I have gathered over the years and make some recommendations. And I don't have any raw black metal recommendations beyond what I recommended in a previous stream, which is Sortilegia. I would put that in the raw category, though it's more ritualistic, I guess. And greetings back to Ecuador. The symbol on my chest is what I also have on my hand. It's for hypothermia, and it's alter ego, Vemus Orchestra, the melancholy orchestra. And I've made a video where I'm talking about it too. As to earthy, about staying off meds or trying to. It sounds like meditation can be worth working on. I think greater meditation is located in the subconscious, but it takes work of course to access it or to get to that point. And to me, over the years and from a very young age, I found it through walking or wandering, So I hope that you have access to doing that. I would deeply recommend that. And greetings to Argentina too. Hi, Eric. As for if if I have any tinnitus or any hearing damage, no. I've been fortunate because I've been taking some big risks in the past of not using any protection for my ears, and also practicing and rehearsing and performing in very strange rooms. And I've definitely had days when I had some issues, but it has gone away after that. But I know several people that has tinnitus, and it's something that I definitely want to avoid. But I don't have any hearing damage. I have very sensitive ears to some frequencies, which is one of the reasons why I make the kind of music that I do. Because it calms me beyond the compulsion. And if I make any money on my videos, no, not really. It's a long-term goal, of course, because that would enable me to make more music, and I like making videos too. And I would like to be able to do more nature videos and music videos and that kind of projects. But right now, the only way that I earn money in any of these videos is really when people are making like donations in the chat. But it's something that it's all up to you, depending on what you feel that you get out of it. But also, you can always go to Bandcamp and download one of my creations or manifestations. And if I watch web series, TV series, or movies, I used to, but I haven't the past year because I haven't really felt the time for it. And also, I prefer to watch things with friends than alone. Because when I'm alone, I have the tendency to just compose music. And to me, I don't really immerse myself in the practice that is connected to any chakras. I know those practices and different traditions connected to it. And that's like a whole science that I have no knowledge about, that I am completely unable to expound upon that, because I would just butcher it and make a fool out of myself, and I'd rather be a fool in other aspects of life than something that I find to be interesting and useful, but it's just not for me, at least not at this current part of my life. But yeah, I would definitely be open to making more streams connected to meditation and like mindfulness and breathing exercises, and also mental exercises that you can immerse yourself into or out of, wherever you wish to call it. But a main form of meditation for me is walking in forests and letting the path guide me. Because there are some paths that I know so well that my body is in like autopilot, and it puts my mind at a different place where I can just be completely immersed in the experience instead of having distractions and thoughts going in different directions and dwelling on different subjects or emotions and events of my life and so on. And if I will be touring at any point soon, I would like to, but as the world looks right now, I won't be able to go anywhere for quite a while. But we will see how things progress. As always, I'm very open to it, and I will do what it takes and what is necessary to be able to go out to as many places as possible. But that also means that places needs to be open to actually having me, which means my bands or my solo project. Like if I can't bring other members of my bands, if people can't afford that, they need to be open to having me as a just one person. And yeah, I'll see if I'll get any offers for that. And when it comes to you who asked about skinwalkers, I've never heard about that term, so I have no idea what to believe in, as it's something that I have no knowledge of. As for what season I like the most, I don't have a favorite, but I think every season has its charm and its purposes, obviously. But there is, to me, something very inspiring about autumn and the different things that you can connect it to. And then, of course, the winter has always been a very special time for me. And it's connected to a lot of moods and sensations and memories. And I've probably explained it in some video, but I can always make more videos, and I can always explain it in streams as well. So when it comes to my creative process, it always begins with a form of meditation that is connected to nature and listening to what it has to tell me or teach me, depending on your perspective or what I may be searching for at that moment. Because sometimes I may be needing something to escape to, while other times I'm escaping from something. And similar, but the feeling and motivation behind those things are very different. And generally, the resulting compositions are too. And then having a motivation or inspiration can also be very powerful. Like if I've had a strong experience recently or currently in that moment, and yeah, when I have a strong sensation for a place or a time or even a person, it manifests in a certain way that can be very, and it all becomes melodies. And then the next step, of course, is to find what goes to that melody, and if you can pick that melody apart, if you can make a chord, several chords from that melody. So how you can build something upon it or from it. And as for how I view love and what importance it has for me, I think it has a big importance, and I wouldn't be able to do what I do without it. But currently, or the past year, I've been like in a place where I'm isolated from most people that I know, and I'm also stuck in between two different albums that I've been working on. But I also feel it towards some places in nature. And that's one of the reasons why I also have to move from where I am right now, because not only is it connected to a lot of things that takes away energy from me rather than gives me energy, but they are removing large amounts of forests around the area where I live, which means that places that used to be like a cure or inspiration is just like a drain or poison instead, unfortunately. And I know of other places that has the opposite effect on me. So I'm simply doing what I can to get closer to those places. And those places also has more positive associations to different people and memories and other things that I hope will add to the amount of energy that I will have to complete the next few albums that I've been working on. And if I do any figurative art, nah, that's not for me. But I appreciate the thoughts, Elvia, and the things that you're bringing up. I think it's an interesting subject, and it's definitely something that I've been reflecting on. And yeah, I've been getting asked related questions about these things lately too. So I will see what more my mind can conjure, because yeah, it's interesting to think about. And with some more time, I could probably give a much better answer. Because reflection is definitely very important. And good evening. Concerning Rakbladsvalsen, I think I've made a video about it. And yeah, they are curious, and it's about some experience that I've had in my youth. And then, of course, I know how it feels to get close to death, and I know how it feels to bleed more than you should. So that lyric is also like a dramatization, because it adds some of course poetic aspects to this situation, because it's describes experience in life that I've had in as much detail as I could recall. But of course, when I'm experiencing that, it's a bit less euphoric. It's more like calm and collected kind of feel to it. And I don't have any thoughts on Kali Yuga either. I read a book about it maybe a decade or so ago, but I can't really recall any of it. And as for a favorite vocalist, I only have female ones, and they don't really help me find my style or technique, but they definitely inspire me to practice more and find more depth to my technique, or whatever it is that I can do with my vocal cords. Whenever I hear someone speak or sing well, it makes me think more about how I use my own body as an instrument, and what I can do to adapt it, and what different ways that you can accentuate and pronounce things, and how you pick words apart or put different things together, and so on. There's a whole art to it, which I find to be pretty interesting. As for how my Asperger's syndrome manifested when I was a child, I can't really recall, because I didn't do my survey and analysis, and the neuroscience kind of department thing. I didn't do the study until my 20s, while my little sister did it when she was in, I think, 3rd or 4th grade or something like that. So I didn't really think too much about it, but I've always perceived things a bit differently and acted upon it. And I have different impulse control, and when it comes to other things like sympathy and empathy, my view is also different. And it's always been that way. But as a child, I didn't really think about it because I needed to grow up to be able to actually reflect on it. But I can see how things that I experienced or perceived in my youth and childhood has different scars or traumas in my way of shaping behavior and thoughts. And having this on in the background while working out or doing exercise sounds like a good idea. Hopefully you'll be able to join us after your exercise with a drink. And a drink, of course, as long as it's tasty, I hope. As for favorite books, depends on what category you're searching for. But I can't really say any, because it depends on what you're interested in. But I like books that are about philosophy and nature. And I don't really have any thoughts on reincarnation either. Like, if you look hard enough for anything, you can find it. Just like deja vu and such things. But I definitely see more of depth or reality in the field of thought or consciousness when it comes to continuation of consciousness beyond physical death. Or you could call it life too. Because whatever that it is that we do and what we manifest during our existence is something that echoes and reflects. As for if I listen to new folk, no, it bores me to death. And that's why I haven't really done any, though I've promised to make like a new folk EP with Ritual Mood, because Johan wants to make some new folk songs. And I think it can be interesting as an exercise to perform or record the music. but I don't get anything out of hearing others perform it. So that's why I don't listen to others doing it. It's just, yeah, it's not for me. And as for the question from Shinchu, as if I used to mask my autism in youth, or if I were comfortable with being myself. Well, I've never really felt that I've had any choice, and even though I'm not comfortable with being myself sometimes, that's the only me that I have, and I'm not the kind of person that can fake it. I can't be anyone else. I can just be different amounts of myself. And I can, of course, be aware and conscious of how much of myself that I let out in social situations. But I've never really masked anything that I am or have been. As for if I think I've had a different life if I were born somewhere else, probably. Just something as basic as staying in the city where I grew up rather than moving to where my father lived, because I was worried that he would kill himself if he was left alone. I would definitely have been still an artist, but I've had more likely had also had more like a regular life and a regular work. Because then I would have stayed in touch with all my childhood friends that stopped making an effort the moment that I didn't live in the same city and didn't organize crazy parties that gave them an excuse to get intoxicated and be silly. And they were once again forced to make that effort by themselves. And usually when someone else is not doing your work for you, many people will stop doing that work at all or being interested in it. So yeah, if I were in a different country, I would definitely be a different person. But I'm not. So that doesn't really interest or concern me, I think. But I understand why you would wonder. As for not having a beer after exercise, it depends on what kind of exercise you do, because there are many kinds of exercise that can benefit from having carbs or sugar afterwards, depending on what you need to fuel, which you most likely know. But yeah, it's definitely not good with alcohol in combination with exercise. But yeah, having it in the evening doesn't sound like a bad idea either. As for if being a Swede influenced my thoughts and music, I'm not sure if Swede is the thing that makes what I do into what I do, but from my perspective, the nature that and countryside that has surrounded me for the past 25 to 30 years has definitely had a big importance on me. And hola, Miguel. It's a bit cold here, but I got too warm when I had other long sleeve on earlier, so I changed to this shirt, which is just a regular thinner long sleeve. Because it's around 11 degrees outside today. It's been raining for almost 3 days straight here, and the whole mountain is enveloped in a fog. So my body is always warm while my hands, fingers, and feet are cold. And at what age did I start seeing a therapist or psychiatrist? Because I wanted to see if I could benefit in different aspects of my development and just evolving as a person. I wanted to see if psychiatry or therapy and medication could help me. So I think I was 16 or 17. I didn't start younger than that. So I could have used it. And of course, we always had something like school counseling and a therapist there at a very minimal amount. But it's not until I was 16 that it became a bit more active for maybe a few months. And then I had to wait a couple of years to get like the investigation for diagnosis and other things. And then I had to go a lot then. But it was never a part of my youth, really. I've always spent the majority of it in either isolation or immersing myself in my music and bands and in nature. That's what has worked best for me. As for what my worst drug experience is or was, I think they're all interesting and beneficial in different ways, even though some of them have been unpleasant or uh, temporarily bad for me. But that's definitely a part of a very video series in itself about that is connected to both alcohol and psychedelia. But I think even if you have a bad experience, I wouldn't want to define it as worst or a bad one, because it's all about perspective, and sometimes it can take you months and years to gain a perspective on something that you have experienced and gone through. reality has many layers. And when it comes to things that inspire me in nature, in my homeland compared to Mexico or other places, that's not something that I think too much about, because I tend to be drawn to other things that connects me to it, like the wonderful emptiness that you can find through nature. Different keys to meditation and creativity. As for if there will be more long sleeves and hoodies restocked at some point, yeah, definitely. I just need to move first because I can't um, live at a place where I can fit, as an example, 1,000 of something and then find out that I can only fit 100 where I'm moving, because yeah, that would be bad. Um, and you're not too intrusive about your question about my hair or my beard, because I think my hair looks like shit, and my beard is the way it is because I trim it a few times a year so it doesn't become too wide and bushy. And it's just genetics. I have straight hair, so I can't do much about it. Like this, if you flatten it, it becomes a bit longer. Same with the hair, but it's only in my being a sort of point, and I don't really do much about it beyond that, beyond regular upkeep like showering and things like that. As for what beer I'm having right now, uh, like I mentioned earlier in this video, I'm currently in both a melancholic state and introspective place where I'm both dwelling a lot on things but also trying to not dwell on other things, and trying to find some stability and comfort. And sometimes that means that you have to challenge yourself and go to the opposite of that. So tonight I'm drinking a few beers that reminds me of different people that has both inspired me and helped me evolve a lot, but also has hurt me a lot. And these beers reminds me of them. So I'm drinking a couple of stouts that reminds me of one person and friend, while I'm also drinking a few lagers that reminds me of another friend that I haven't seen in over a decade. And it's not a particularly great, but not bad either, beer. So right now I'm having some French beer, just a regular Kronenberg. And yeah, as I told you, it's not a great beer, but it's not bad either. And I haven't had it in a decade. And I saw it at the store a few days ago when I had the day off. And being in a melancholic mood, I felt it would be appropriate. And the other beer is a Visby Stout. So yeah, it's a regular stout. It's a bit drier than Guinness, as an example. And then beyond that, I have two other stouts that I'll have at the end of the stream because they are imperial stouts that will make me less able to talk properly. So it's better to save them for later because they're also weird and fucked up and fun. As for different plants, climates, and so on, the different color, sound, different songs comes to me. Well, that's something that I feel a bit more here because I know more about the plants and the areas. So to me, it's not always as specific to the plants themselves, but the entire, for example, a forest or a mountain or a village. That I've composed several songs inspired by different travels through both the Northwest in America and also in Mexico, and of course parts of Norway and Belgium, so on. Many different moods comes from these things, and of course I have plenty of time to reflect on my experiences, and those reflections are connected to melodies and chords that can be put together into songs too. So some songs I get directly in that moment when I'm in it, when I'm at the location, while some come days, weeks, months, years later. And I don't really have any thoughts on Nietzsche. Never minded him, but it's a bit too much words and needs to put a lot of time into immersing yourself into a subject. Like it's hard to explain because I don't have any education in the subject, and it feels like it's that kind of thing. Like it's made for a university and not for someone to just have some other form of philosophy or meditation connected to it. So I'm not interested in it really. Well, once again, I think my hair is shitty, and that's one of the reasons why I'm getting closer and closer to cut it off. But I also know that it's going to be shit in a different way the moment that I have to keep trimming it every month or every second week to not have it look odd either. So no matter what I do, I'm not going to be satisfied. So that's one of the reasons why it's still on my head. Yeah, that's true. I've recommended Lambrusco in the past, and it's a fun drink, and it's definitely a nice and refreshing drink. And as for songs inspired by other places, yeah, I can write it in the description when I upload the videos about those songs. Because of course places are different than people, because I have several songs inspired by people too, which in turn is connected to places. But there will be something this winter. And as for having to put any conscious effort into creating a song when I'm in a creative sphere or not, yeah, well, that's one of the problems for me, that it's it depends on the season or where I am at my life. But once again, that's usually connected to seasons, because the past decade I've tended to have free time at half of the year and more work at the other half of the year. And also, composing music for me is like second nature, so that doesn't take a lot of effort. But my problem is to actually record it, because I can play different instruments and start making songs or composing them and writing down all the details about it. But then to sit down and from point, yeah, from the point of starting to record it to finishing it, that's a different process. 90% of the times I might compose something, but it will take me years before it's actually finished. And I understand what you mean about yeah, hearing songs, but yeah, it's a difficult subject. As for shaving my sides of my hair, I did that 20 years ago, and yeah, I can agree it wouldn't look bad, but and yeah, that's close to what I did a few years ago, because I used to like put my hair up like this, and then I used to use hair that is under this part and cut it off to make brushes for painting like live ceremonies and things like that. Um, but because I have thin hair, I get bothered by how my hair both feels and looks like when I have just the upper part of it and not when there is that undercut cut of it. So I have to admit that I'm a bit too self-conscious to feel comfortable with having that kind of haircut. I used to give less of a fuck in my youth, and the irony is that in many cases I give less of a fuck now, but I also rely on feeling comfortable with my body and my mind, which are connected to many extents and purposes, unfortunately, to be able to just live and create music and art or whatever you wish to call it. So that's why I'm thinking more about cutting all of it off instead of just some of it, because that's easier to maintain and less to feel conscious about, because you remove the variables. So it's definitely a shortcut, no pun intended, but yeah, I got there anyway. Sorry. As for if I write down music physically or in a traditional way, like I can't write notes, but I can write tabs, and I can write like progressions. And hi again, cheers. Um, so the way that my compositions work is depending on what style that it is that there is some tabs connected to it, but also like abstract ways to remember tempos and rhythm, and how I play chords on a piano or a guitar, like downstroke, upstroke, and bends and other things. I use different symbols and illustrations and other things to signal for me what it is that I was doing when I was composing it. And sometimes I have to record a video if I'm going to show it to someone else. And as for if there is any point where my hair for some reason stops growing, yeah, that's where I am now, which is another reason why I don't mind letting it go, because I know that in 3 years, if I cut it off, it's going to be back here. Because in 3 or 4 years, from nothing, it becomes this. And to me, this is nothing to care about. This is just a little bit. And it doesn't get longer than this for me. I don't know why. It is just what it is. My mother has the same problem. Her hair becomes like this, while my sister gets like this and then it stops. Well, I have friends that, of course, gets a lot longer hair. It's just bullshit. So, yeah, depending on, like, now my hair looks a bit shorter because I've had it up in a bun for work to be sanitary. So it's a bit longer than this, but not a lot. and if I still smoke weed, yeah. Though I haven't in like maybe a month ago when my friend Johan was here. But before that, it was like April when I saw him the previous time. And I always have some at home, of course, because it's good to have. But generally, I feel that I need, because I like to use bigger or larger amounts of it, because that's more interesting to me. So I haven't been smoking by myself for maybe a year, because I haven't had the time to immerse myself into it properly. Yeah, and yeah, I'm still at work, and I'm working here for another month. Then it's just a few more days before they close for the season and get ready for like winter specials, and then it's closed again until the spring. But at that part of the year, I'm not working here, and by then I've had the time to move to my next place. And since I live far enough away that it wouldn't make sense for me to travel from here to home and then back, because of time and other things. But the city that I'm moving to is a bit closer to this, so I'll be able to spend more time at home then. And I'll do my best to set up a studio and video corner to make it as calming and comfortable as possible. And also inspiring, of course. And as for what I do for work, I work in a kitchen at a restaurant, so I'm a chef and I'm also doing other things connected to a restaurant. And it depends on what day it is, this job. And as for if I experience any anxiety when it comes to aging, no, not at all. That's none of my concern. And yeah, I'm a long time from home, and it does bother me more to be away from different parts of nature that I care about than just being away from home. And it's been many years for me where I felt that the place where I live has any added depth or meaning to myself or my being. Like home is, to me, the past 15 years at least, has not really been any place that has a deeper meaning than just being a place where I sleep or put things. And that could be anywhere for me. So it doesn't bother me. And I've been getting more sleep lately too, because we're closing the kitchen 2 hours earlier now. And I'm also having 1 hour shorter days at work. So that over the course of a whole week makes a big difference. So it's good, thanks. Or at least better. But it's been raining here the past few days, so I've spent more time listening to the wind and the rain outside and working on a few songs. As for what I did at work today, well, we had a few bookings for tables for like 13 people and 11 that became 4. And then one of 18 people and a few things more. So the day before I cut up a lot of vegetables, like a mix of 5 different vegetables that we use for different dishes that I then cooked today. And then I cut mushrooms, I made mashed potatoes, boiled regular potatoes, I cut lemons, made sandwiches, I cleaned, I baked bread, just regular boring things, nothing special. And I've had a special place in the past, and I look forward to finding it sometime in the future. Like one of my goals is to find first I need to have more savings, but to find a farm that I can convert into a both music studio and a growing operation and a brewery, to be able to work from home, to grow and brew different things, just generally sustain myself through creativity. As for what things I collect on my walks, I tend to focus on just being there in the moment and experiencing it. But if I'm looking for something, I tend to look for things that I can either decorate a recording session with to find a certain mood, or things that I can paint with, like different kinds of branches and shrubs and so on. So yeah, different shrubs and plants and branches. Sometimes bark, sometimes bones. As for my relationship towards authority, it's never been good, but I understand it and respect it to the extent that is necessary to different situations. And as for if my channel is monetized, yeah, but I have far too little content or traffic for that to have any real meaning. But I've had a sacred place in the past, and yeah, once again, I'm sure I'll find one day. So thanks. and I'm glad to hear that. As for what songs or albums I would recommend, you should definitely listen to Eleva by my project Consider Suicide, and also Gudalik. I think those two are very important. Or if you like more ambient piano, then the Nut Melancholy and Winter Melancholy series. And then, of course, when it comes to hypothermia, I always think that my best works are things that I've recorded but not yet released. Thank you, Elvi. I agree. Elba is a special recording too. And as to Bellstadt, I think that uh, is so connected to something I learned many years ago, that you should always have a bag, and in that bag you should have bigger bags, or bags that can unfold into bigger bags. Because I've been out on walks and found anything from heads of deers and mooses and boars to badgers too. And I have pits in my garden where I bury them. So that means that you should always be prepared to collect what the nature in your area is prepared to give you. And you should see that experience as a reminder to always have the means to be prepared for what it has to offer, which can be many things. And you understand what you say, Marcel. We have a similar problem here, but we also have many farmlands that are not sold as agriculture properties, but just uh, bigger properties. But of course, the problem is usually then that you have to be prepared to spend a lot of money to fix that place up, because it's usually made to older standards. And yeah, the fox on a photo shoot was also something we found when we drove to an old cabin that my family used to own, and we found it on our way there. And yeah, sorry for not recommending it. Of course, as one water says here, Skogens hjärta is another composition that is very important. And I need to make space for another beer here. So, since what people learned last time, this door is damn loud, so I'm simply going to do something I forgot about the last time, which is turning down the volume on my mixer, because I have a mixer, so why not use it? I'm not sure how it would work to make a creaking door into a meme, but of course I have equipment to record it. I could put it into the beginning or end of a song. But to me, things that are old or creaking or broken is kind of charming, so I don't mind it too much. But of course, the volume of the microphone is louder than this door is in reality. And I've recorded the doors and other things opening and shutting in the past, but I've never tried to put it through a looper at half speed, so obviously that's something that I need to do, because as we all know, most things sounds better at half speed. And yeah, it's ironic that it's so hard to not have a single stream where Denmark is being mentioned in the chat. But yeah, wherever. My nose is Danish, but the rest of me isn't. Yeah, Denmark is more of a meme than a country, to be honest. And thank you. As I've heard, if or what my age were, or where I was in life when I started composing music, or when I first played in a band. Well, I tried to be in some bands when I was younger, and it didn't really work because I don't really care about other people's songs, and I've never really cared about learning other songs. Um, and I started like playing instruments or composing songs pretty early in my life, but it took me some years to get to a point where I felt inspired or content and conscious enough about what it was that I was able to do. So I started becoming more active when I was like 12, 13, 14. And then it took me a few years before I could find some other people to record with. Like 16, 17. And I've been active since. And I'm 36 now. So at least from 16, 15, 16 and onwards has been most active. Well, I'll finish this thing first, and then I'll give you a proper cheers, Marcel. And since you're a returnee here, I'll change what I said before and have something ridiculous. For us both, of course, but also as a celebration. So, cheers, Marcel. And of course, the beer has a very appropriate name. And it's just as ridiculous as it sounds. Very tasty, but not something you would have a lot of. Danish nose. This is one, unfortunately. Uh, my grandfather or his father rather was Danish, so I inherited this nose from the Danish part of my heritage, while the rest is Swedish and Norse. And before I show the example of the Danish nose more specifically, I can tell you that I know places where you can buy this beer if you're not from Sweden, and it's an imperial stout that has mango, coconut, and tonka beans. So it tastes like fruit and coconut and caramel, so like a chocolate bar pretty much. And it's ridiculous. And as many of you may know, imperial stouts can be kind of sweet to start with. So yeah. As for worst beer I've ever had, I had plenty of mediocre ones. I think one of the worst ones being like one time we were on a tour with Hypothermia in Germany, and my ex-drummer accidentally picked up oxidized, like, which means old, like autolyzed, like dead yeast wheat beers from a gas station, and he didn't look close enough on the bottles because he was high and drunk, and we were going to an after party. And of course, he got some proper wheat beers too, but he also picked up some alcohol-free wheat beers. And a problem when you're drinking a wheat beer that relies a lot on the yeast to carry its flavor is that if the yeast is autolyzed and dead, it's going to taste like stale bread. And then the added bonus that it didn't have alcohol made it even worse. So yeah, an alcoholic-free beer or alcohol-free beer that tastes like stale bread, that's pretty bad. And of course there are plenty of bad lagers and so-called sour beers from smaller breweries that are usually mediocre as fuck. Those are too many to count. And I'll find a picture I took last time I was at my mother's place. When I mention a Danish knows what I mean is from the side of my grandfather, who died a few years ago. You can probably see a similarity. And this is a picture from the 60s or 70s. Yeah, both me and my sister and my mother looks a lot like my grandfather. And there are some beer stores in Belgium and also one in Arnhem that has a very good selection of beers. I'm not sure if they distribute from Dugges, but I think Belgium in Belgium. I'm not sure what city they are located in right now, but they have a web shop and they just moved from one place to another. But if you look at the web shop of Belgium, I think you should be able to find some good stouts from Dugges. And of course, you'll get good shipping to the Netherlands too, and they deliver to your actual door. So they have good packaging too. I've ordered from them several times, so I can vouch for them. Well, I wouldn't hold a smartphone otherwise. And welcome back to Naha. And yeah, that's my correct. Well, it's a correct email, but the problem is that that's the mail used by my guitarist Hans for like orders and alternates for bookings. Otherwise, it's yeah, I don't have access to that email. So either kim@enjoy.com or simply a symphony to the void at gmail.com. because that mail is for someone else. Yeah, that's true. That's correct. So you can just forward whatever you sent to Hans to me, and yeah, maybe I'll get a forward of the mail from him in a week or two. But it's easier if you forward it. Yeah, I know what you mean. It would be unnatural if I didn't look like someone in my family. And I think this is a perfect time to show up because I just opened up Imperial Stout instead of a regular stout to celebrate the birthday of one of our friends here in the chat. And things are fine here. And of course, greetings to Elin too. Yeah, Malmö is not Denmark, but it's rather than close enough, it's too close. Yeah, sending some well wishes to a birthday to someone isn't a bad thing. So it's nice to see that people are in a good mood. And yeah, this beer's fucking ridiculous, so that just adds to my feeling of being ridiculous. And I'm not sure what Suzuki refers to either. As for my favorite wine, I like a good Pinot Noir, but also Grigio. Uh, like I used to appreciate Shiraz a decade ago, but I grew tired of them. And same goes for things like Merlots and Malbecs and others. Um, but of course, it's all on mood and place, situations. Any drink can add or detract from something. As for what I think about the Ben Joy, I don't think anything of it because it doesn't serve my time. And thoughts on country music doesn't interest me. I can appreciate the elements of it, like the different instruments and techniques that you use to play them, like lap steel guitar and violin and acoustic guitar and stuff like that. I appreciate them. I appreciate them by themselves, but not combined into a country song usually. So I rather hear the instruments by themselves than into a song by someone that I don't know who talks about experiences that I don't know and don't care about. And as for the question about what if all the beer and wine in the world run out, what I would eat, I would probably eat the same things as I do now because that doesn't affect the drinks. But I've lived without alcohol in the past, while I do know how to make my own, so I don't see anywhere where that would be a reality because I could make my own beer or my own wine. So there's no way that things would run out unless I had to make rations and choose between either eating something or drinking something. And then, of course, I would eat it rather than drink it. Although I prefer to drink things than eat things. But for nutrition, yeah. Um, yeah, I would still eat what I eat. As for musical inspiration, yeah, I get really inspired when I hear people make things that I haven't thought about. That yeah, you can do this with an instrument. Like there's a perfect uh, there's a perfect example of this in one of the songs on the album by Mara, where they have tuned one of the toms a lot lower than the others. So it sounds almost like you're banging on an old steel door. And the fact that I hadn't thought of that myself uh, was, when I heard that 2 years ago, was very inspiring to me. I just love hearing that kind of stuff. Because that's just a brilliant move in sound design. And then, of course, the way that Diemen uses both her voice but also effects on piano and other instruments is very inspiring to me. It makes me rethink the way that I put a song together. And also having these kinds of experiences makes me think of my wanderings differently because I have to compartmentalize the different aspects of my journeys and what they mean to me and what I can do with them and so on, which is important. And I look forward to making brewing videos too. And as I mentioned before, it's connected to cooking too. The My kitchen at my current house is too dark and I don't have the right equipment, but when I can get a better camera and a different kitchen, I will definitely make videos about both brewing and cooking. And when it comes to animals, I don't have any because I travel too much or work too much in different cities than where I live. But of course, I love most animals, or at least I adore them, which is close enough. And yeah, you're right. I avoid listening to most music because I don't want to have them interfere with my um, process. But there are a few people that I trust and who I respect. So when they make something new, I'm open to that because I know that I will learn something, and rather than detract from my creative process, it will add something. And usually I've heard these albums either in person, presented by the artist before it's released, or because I know them, I've searched for it later and then found it. It's a bit 50-50. But yeah, definitely the kind of artist that think outside of the box rather than just doing whatever sells or gets streams. That's what interests me. As for having a year without alcohol, yeah, to get in a different mood or to wait for a mood to drink. Um, if I've experienced something similar, yeah, I've had years or more without drinking because I've had friends or partners where I've agreed to not do different substances because they either don't do it themselves or that they've had negative experiences with people abusing different substances. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same person regardless. Well, I'm not going to make sub channels for cooking because that's connected to art, just like brewing is. But we'll see what things get connected, and yeah. And if I had to choose between sight and hearing, I would choose hearing because I can learn to compose. I know how to compose without looking, and I can learn to, like, as long as I'm with someone else to record me, like what I do with Consider Suicide, I can do that blindly. And as if or for if I'm feeling restricted in terms to widen or broaden my impression or creative spectrum. Well, there is so much nature and countryside in this country that yeah, that's my problem. Or problem seems like a wrong word, but to me, I feel limited if I listen to a band that is mediocre or bad, which means most bands. To me, I get angry and frustrated because I know that I can do whatever it is that they're doing a lot better. And for some weird reason, they are getting recognized and even compliments for their mediocre, shitty work based on some shallow bullshit. And I don't want that kind of mood to distract me when I compose music and record music, because that doesn't improve the final product, doesn't make the song or album better. It just makes my mind question what it is that I'm doing and if I should take a song or album into a different direction, which honestly, of course, doesn't really interest me. And that's one of the reasons why I boycott the majority of the entertainment industry, because to me, it's not entertainment, it's a distraction, a mindless, hollow one. So I know what works for me, and I'm sticking to it. And yeah, Elin, when we recorded Sköld and Rakbladsvalsen, while we had dinners, we used to listen to Chopin. And I always adored Chopin. It has kind of a deep, brooding, melancholic feel to it. Then there is more, of course, but at the moment I can't recall their names because it's been too many years for me. My grandfather used to collect vinyls of classic music, especially performed in orchestras and on organ. But it's been at least 15 to 20 years for me since I experienced those records. So I can't pick them out from memory. It's too far away. I need to have like a conversation with my mother or something like that. Ja, well, thanks Bellstat, and god kväll tillbaka och trevlig fortsättning. I'm definitely Carlson on the roof. Yeah, and I get what you mean, Rina, because nothing really goes anywhere if everyone stays quiet or distant. Or just speaking their own mind without listening to others. Yeah, and yeah, question is a better term than argue, because argue implies that you are in opposition but you can question something while being like neutral or in the middle. To be open to be questioned or disproven. That's a way to evolve. Yeah, I know what you mean, and yeah, it's too bad that the word argument is seen as a offensive term rather than defensive term. Because usually in Swedish, it's like something argumentative is usually just a social norm, but also a more defensive term, while in English it seems to be more connected to a offensive term. But that's what makes words and language into such magic, that it is what you make it into, which in turn means that it can be your weakness and your strength, and one doesn't have to exclude the other. I think that's a good question. That I wouldn't say that I find myself not liking my earlier work, but I definitely know that from a creative viewpoint and standpoint, the works that I've been making the past decade compared to the previous two has a lot more nuance and depth and meaning to it. But of course, I wouldn't be where I am or who I am without my past. So to me, my earlier works have a lot of depth and importance in their own way, and I would never diminish their value by over analyzing them and focusing on what would detract value from them, because that would hurt both me and it. It's better to focus on the aspects that give something a greater rather than lesser value. In other words, search what benefits you and embrace it. This is ridiculous. Yeah, well, the only thing I could say about reaffirming that, Marcel, is that I generally agree that I wouldn't listen to music that doesn't interest me. The only benefit music that doesn't interest you can have is to reaffirm your stance, or to remind you, or to reinforce a notion, or sometimes to just open your mind and relearn or reimagine, or wherever you can find so many words for this. But if I hear something that is completely mediocre and uninspiring to me, that reminds me of ways that I can do it better, and then I will do something better after that. So, of course, it's different if you have access to instruments and can actually produce something, or if you rely on others to produce what you're enjoying, more or less. Yeah, you can hopefully find something like it reminds you that, yeah, this is shit, but thank the fucking devil that there is this in the world, because I can listen to this instead. Like, I don't have to listen to this mediocre shit, because hopefully, or fortunately rather, there is this artist that does this amazing thing, and I can listen to this, experience this instead. And as for if I enjoy Ulver, if I'm in the right mood, I do. But generally, it's not my cup of tea. But if someone listens to them and I'm with them, I don't mind it. I can experience it and I can appreciate it. And I've seen them live. Their second show ever, to be specific. I don't think my last stream ended suddenly, but it's all a matter of perspective. And I've had the Chinese tea, but I don't drink it frequently, and I don't have a favorite. And I have no idea about NSBM. Sorry. um, I know what you mean, and I've heard plenty of it, so I know what you mean. I have no idea what it is about their philosophy that, or ideology, that makes them unable to um, invest anything beyond the surface of anything. Like, their ideology is limited, and their equipment or production knowledge is limited. So yeah, it's all about limitations, I guess. So they should listen to Ildjarn and then stop being a bad version of Ildjarn. And I think absurd is shit, so that's all I can say about it. I'd rather listen to the whole discography of Ildjarn than more than one song of Absurd. As for lucid dreams, nah, that doesn't work for me. Yeah, I think it's a good point made in the end here of this little debate here in the chat room. Uh, that in the end, it's not about the ideology, but just that it's bad. And I think that's ironic that if you want to spread your word or message, you should make your product as great as possible so more people will react positively to it. And that means both the music and the lyrics. Don't make stupid or bad lyrics connected to bad music and hope that people will change their mind about whatever message it is that you're trying to convey. As for astral projection, I don't really have any experiences in it. I have plenty of things where I dream something and it happens in reality 1 or 2 days later, but that's more of a premonition, I think, combined with some deja vu. And I could never prove it, but I can't count on my hands the amount of times it happens every year to me. Doesn't really matter. Hi, it's good here. Silly and good. Worst demo tape. Um, the first demo by Kafan. He wanted me to release it on Insect, and I said uh, that I would need to hear his next one before I made a decision. And I made some remarks, of course, because the production was useless. And rather than accepting my criticism, he said that it was too raw or too true for me to understand. So that's obviously why I didn't want to release it. And of course, there's a lot more to that. But that's like 20 years ago. So that's why my memory isn't perfectly clear about it. But yeah, definitely getting the first demos by Kafan was pretty bad. And then, of course, the demo by Diagnose Lebensgefahr is pretty bad too. And I told him that it wasn't worth a release either. And he wasn't happy about that either. So those are two of the worst demo tapes I've gotten over the years. Gafan and Diagnose. As for what's going on in the stream, we're discussing philosophy, music, stupid beer, and so on. And I haven't gotten any Stalag clones sending me stuff, but I know the record label that used to put out the real Stalag stuff, and that's enough for me. As for acoustic stuff by Suster, no, I haven't taken the time to check it out. Yeah, that's the name of the book. Yeah, it's bullshit. As for any recommendations for young people, yeah, learn to meditate. Well, Suster made a new album just a few months ago, and I think I would have heard it if he died or not, because I know a lot of his partners, or yeah, we're on the same label, so I would have known if Scott was passed or not. Sounds like a very American name for a death metal band. And I'm surprised that it's death and not grind, but whatever. Sounds like good times. Okay, let's resume to some actual regular beer here. Well, I haven't heard Absurd in 15 years, so I can say a lot about it. I just know that whatever I heard then was mediocre as fuck. This is just a regular stout from a mainstream brewery in this country. Something nice to have between other insanity. And I never met Scott in person, but I've made some trade with him in the past. Like, that's one of the things connecting most underground artists from the past 20 years, that while he used to be active on forums in the past and trading records, because it was common to, instead of having money paid by the record labels, we would get a lot of albums instead to trade and sell. So we would all have albums to trade with each other that we would then instead sell to other people. So every band would be like their own small record store, pretty much. As for if I like the Silent Hill soundtrack, I've heard it a couple of times before, and I don't mind it, but it's not something that I feel like I don't feel it's interesting or good enough to listen to by itself. But I understand its merits, and I think it's interesting. As for considering families or so on, well, that's not really just up to me. And for the past 2 decades, I've happened to be around people that have different goals. And I'm not obsessed with it either. I'm not against it, but I'm not going to have it as a detractor from anything else that I'm doing. So that's why I'm by myself, and that's all. As for the lifestyle of Vari, I think he's an interesting individual, and he deserves some recognition for doing what he does. And with that, I mean living on his own terms. Sounds like a good time, Marcel. Good night, and yeah, probably going to sleep in a while, but there's always possibility to watch this later. So if we're not still here when you're back, see you next time. Cheers and happy birthday. As for what happened to THR, he disappeared. I can't unfortunately say more about that because, yeah, I knew him quite well, but not well enough to meet him. We had meetings scheduled, but they always cancelled or postponed. And I used to know his neighbor, but that doesn't really mean anything. And one of my friends traveled to his place, and his name wasn't even on the door then. So I'm not sure what happened to him. I just know that he's somewhere else. Yeah, I know. Now I almost missed the question because it skipped into between the different things here. And that question was if I like Marduk. Uh, ah, I, I've seen them live a couple of times because they've performed with friends of mine. Uh, and meeting them a couple of times is nothing that I care about either. But yeah, it's good people, good message, decent music, but I couldn't care less. It's not for me. It's not interesting to me. As for if I like 60s psychedelic rock, um, meh, I don't mind it, but I won't search for it. Like most things I've heard is good, but like there's plenty of good things from back then, but nothing worth enough of my energy or time to search out. And as for tips to writing good lyrics, uh, I'll write one or two a year. So I'm not the right person to ask, but to me, it's all about truly immersing yourself into an experience and condensing that into the optimal rendering of that experience. And as for if I have pictures of Jonas, of course I do. But to me, it would feel vague and shallow to share things personal without a context. And I think it's a different Håkan because they live 4 hours apart. So I don't think so. But it's impossible to know because I know it's the same name, but um, I knew him well enough that he used to call me, and I feel that he would have told me that if it was true. Yeah, Partille sucks. I've been there. As for if I like Lynch or Lars von Trier, yeah, they make interesting stuff. Time to make place for another beer. Yeah, sorry about that. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, I closed it because the door is violently loud. So what I was going to say, I can't recommend anything from Swedish films. And the recommendations for a distribution, this on the ground, my friend Ole from Territor in Trondheim. Can't think of any other distributions right now. And I can't say anything about the political spectrum because it doesn't interest me. That I won't. So if there's something you're searching for that I don't have in my A Symphony to the Void shop through enjoy.com, you're more than likely to find it through Tertur, and he's in Trondheim. Or you can check out Van Records in Germany. Has a very big distribution too. It's a label, of course, of Urfast and other bands. Well, Territory is more, of course, Nidrosian, so you can find Mara and One Tail, One Head and other interesting things there. So if you don't have Ebony Tower, you should get it. I don't have any recommendations. Beyond, like, if you watch the Robin cartoons, thanks for the review, Ellen. I appreciate that. And I agree with that sentiment. It's like being alone at a good party. So, good night and see you next time. Well, Bergman is an easy one because it's not bad, but to me it's not interesting. I could watch any of his works and it's... Yeah, we just need a bathtub here. Auto would be perfect. Maybe in the future. I would think it would be a plan. Well, obviously, that's an added feature. Well, usually we don't make more than between 5 to a dozen test presses, so that's why they're sold out. And I don't remember who got them, or the majority of them at least. I definitely know who got them, but that's a different question. Well, generally, a test press is bullshit by itself, but when I sell them, I have added exclusive artwork and altar cloths and hand painted covers and so on to them, along with plants gathered from my forest and some other things. So it's not just like a cardboard sleeve and a vinyl. And thanks for this time, Chinchu. See ya. Cheers. And as for if there's a connection between IQ and depression, I think that's definitely up for debate because many people are just narrow minded too, which put them in the depression. But of course, there's people that have too active minds and think too much, and that keeps them unhappy. So, yeah, there's definitely people that are very smart that are unhappy, but most of us are actually idiots. So, who are we to judge? Uh, well, I have access to most of craft releases beyond what I have in my distribution. But yeah, since I have the first presses on most of their works, it depends on if you want them just as they are, or if you want me to get them signed, I can get that arranged too. And if you get all of it, I can add up, decrease that percentage. I'm not sure what a doomer would mean, or what that would put me as, but maybe, possibly. I'm not sure. But yeah, thanks for your time, and yeah, sorry if I can't answer everything properly. I'm just a person after all. So I try to be something else. Mm. Hi, I'm doing fine, thanks. And yeah, I've had some old things from street in the past. I'm aware of it, but to me it's not that interesting, so don't really care. Haven't really thought about it in maybe 15 years. In other words, I don't mind it, just that it didn't really have any impact on me, so I'd rather listen to like Manas. To me, that's just more interesting. Nah, never been influenced by that. I've been more influenced by Trelldom than Street. I've never been influenced by Street. Nah, nah, never. And hi. Well, Anna, I think that was pretty early in my youth that I learned that it was possible to actually work with music from home. Like, but it didn't take me until my earlier teenage years before I noticed that I could actually make something useful. As for what the longest break I've had in making music, um, I probably had like a year or something where I haven't touched an instrument. But generally, it's maybe half a year. Yeah, 29 times 42 is like a normal poster size. It's like the A3 format. So that's something that you can find cheaper frames to in most stores, unless you want to spend something to make a proper frame. But you can buy a budget frame for that kind of painting. Yeah. As for my thoughts on this Mengong bar, to me that's genius. So yeah, and of course I'm happy to hear that. And for additional information, wherever is painted through that campaign is made here. This is the paintbrushes that I use, and then I have blood collected from life, and I have inks and herb extracts gathered through the years. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting the next couple of months. And if the smell of old blood bothers me, nah, new is worse. Or especially from deceased animal, that's worse. because that's a combination of new and old. I know there's no surprises in general from anything. It can be arranged, but so that's rather a bonus than not. But to me, like old blood smells just like rusty nails, and rusty nails smells like old blood, so it doesn't really matter. New is worse. Like to me, pork and veal is something that is vomit inducing if I would have to do more than serve it. And hi, I have one more beer left, so I think we're staying for a while more. I think it's easier to clean out blood and the rot smell than smoke or mold, because I've plenty of things that people say stink in my home, but still, if I'm away for a week or two and I return home, I don't smell my paintings, but I still smell the smoke from the people that lived in my house 6 years ago. So I think that says enough about smells. Well, it's a similar thing that it's very dense in like iron or rust, but also like acid, like bile or vinegar, depending on the decomposition rate. As for if I like horror movies, I don't mind them, but I'm not pursuing them because it doesn't really interest me. I don't mind them. So if I would be in the same room with you and you would say, yeah, let's watch this, I would say sure, but I wouldn't recommend it to you. I don't remember what hedonia means, but probably. Yeah, as for the inability to feel happiness or satisfaction, yeah, that's not really something that I can feel that applies to me. It's not for me, but I don't added that to any sense of value. That's not what I do things for. It's a benefit or bonus, but it's not why I do things. And yes, for the amount of represses on the craft albums, that's because there used to be a shitty label that for some weird reason a while ago got access to or a hold of their rights, because you can guess why or who. So someone made a bargain in terms of owning rights or license, and that's why there's several presses of the albums. But that's why I also have the first ones, because that's from before all the bullshit happened. And of course I also have all the first presses from all the CDs, but I also have the CDs. Well, when it comes to white or red presses, that's from different labels. And it was when there were different labels for Europe and America, uh, releasing different presses also. And yeah, I've never had that release in stock by Nasheim. And I don't remember if I met him or not, but I know that I know several of his friends. And that's why I told you last time that, yeah, I can check with my friends and see what I can do about it. I just know that I don't have it personally. Yeah, and yeah. As for Earthy, that's the feeling that I have towards most people and towards most bands too. And yeah, I like Game Bergen. It's It's a pretty in the middle of the road beer, like a mediocre Belgian beer, but it's not bad. It's it's fine. I've had it plenty of times on the road. And if I think being bored is the worst feeling there is, nah, not even close. Being bored is a fucking blessing. Because that means that you have time to reflect and prioritize what you find value in. A lot of people don't have that. In other words, boredom is underrated. If being bored is your only problem, you're uh, you're blessed. Well, when it comes to worst feeling, it depends on what kind of person you are. Because at many times I can't really say there's any specific feeling I feel connected to. Hmm. That's a complicated question. I don't have a good answer. I'm sorry. Well, I know what they're talking about in the chat here, about different aspects of human loss or a lack of it. But yeah, I just feel neutral to all of it. And yeah, when it comes to payments for things through web shops, yeah, I think in the future I will be able to offer more options, but right now, unfortunately, that's what I have. Like I have Swish as a person, but I can't offer it through my web shop because it's international. And PayPal is ridiculous, indeed. And yeah, I don't really have time for searching for mushrooms lately, but I picked chanterelles and Karl and I know people that are good at picking mushrooms, so I get plenty of that through that. But when it comes to the psychedelic ones, yeah, definitely don't have the time for that. Yeah, it's true. Um, if you make the order through the shop, um, we can always make the agreement afterwards. But that's a lot of work for not a lot of money, so I'm not sure what the issue is. Because I don't like to check my mail. So that's why it's easier for me to either lose money and have the internet sort it out for me. But I understand what you mean, and I'm sure it sucks to know that you're paying like 10 euros extra for something. And I have no idea about Utsikten. I've only heard about it too. As for mushrooms in Europe, yeah, well, that's the shitty part that unless you have access to open meadows, it's easier to just grow them. The time is in Sweden is getting close to 30 minutes past midnight. As for how much I've tripped, um, that's a matter of perspective, because I've tripped on large doses of both marijuana and alcohol. But if it's about psychedelic substances, it's closer to 20 than 30 times, so not a lot of times. Though in total it would be like 40 or 50 experiences that has been remarkable to me. So it depends on how you connect things. So yeah, 30, 40 times. As for what I would consider a high dose of marijuana, like if you roll a joint that is between 1 and 2 grams and smoke it by yourself. But I've eaten 5 grams like as it is, and I can't really tell you if that's a little or a lot, because I'm different than you. And to me, that was just interesting to have on a flight home after a tour. And welcome back, Marcel. It sounds like a weird mistake to make. And I've taken a similar amount, uh, and I know the difference. Um, well, it depends on what you want. It can be exactly what you want. But yeah, for most people, it's a bad idea. Like I generally wouldn't recommend more than 10. Because I had like between 50 to 70 wet, along with ecstasy and LSD. But that's different. Yeah, 1.5 days sounds about right. Yeah, I've tried mixing lemons and mushrooms before, and to me that's complete bullshit. I actually took the double dose just to see, because they said, "Oh, it's going to be so extreme. It's going to be more than you can handle." Blah blah blah. It's fucking bullshit. That's not more intense, and it's not short enough. So maybe shorter, but I couldn't really tell. But yeah, it's nothing special. It's just a mushroom trip.
What?
There's seems to be plenty of well-educated people in the chat, but if you're too ambiguous, you're just going to talk in circles all the time. The law can't really do much here anyway, so don't worry too much about it. If they really want to get you, they will find other ways. Don't worry about it. Well, I have a beer left, then it's bedtime for me. So, okay, good night, Naha. I'll check your email later and see you next time. Take care. Yeah, I know what you mean. And that's why I'm not uploading some videos that I had planned. But for these streams, they seem to be a bit more forgiving. Especially after like the 2 hour mark. I'm not sure why, but that's what it seems like. I'm at 6 beers at the moment, so. While one of them is 11.5, but doesn't really matter. It's possible. Yeah, all is fine. Just have to make some space for the next beer. Hmm. It's all a matter on or of what you enjoy. But the irony, of course, is no. It's more metal and thrash to enjoy light beer. But that doesn't make it better. I happen to enjoy both. I've had enough. I think this is my seventh. And to me, I can drink dark beers all day, but I understand why you feel like you want to have less of them. And welcome, Erika. Sounds like a good time. Cheers. Skål. I like silence. Exactly, that's what I mean. To me, it's never awkward, it's just silence. And if you think anything else, you're just projecting your own values onto it. Yeah. Um, to get anything stronger than 3.5, you have to go to a different store. As for official Life Lover merch, best is through Prophecy, I guess. I've designed some stuff for them. But for the moment, nah, not at the moment. I'm more tired than drunk. I've been awake for about a day. Um, and yeah, even though we didn't have a lot of guests today, it's been a busy day still. Tomorrow is going to be busy too, because it's stressful towards the move and everything about the bank and shit like that. So that makes me tired too. I don't really have any good answers to things that are happening in the chat at the moment. Sorry. To Gaston, that sounds like a good time. And I'm not sure who you are from those people, but those were very few. It sounds like a good time. Yeah, it was have a weird time too. Most of all, you're welcome. I'm just glad to survived that shit. Hmm. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not sure what concert that could have been. Because I only had to cancel twice because of people lacking passports. But I'm always happy to return to countries where we haven't been able to see us. And I'm too drunk for Spanish too. Yeah, the organizer for that just stopped it. So I can't do much about that, unfortunately. Because I had my visa and my bassist had a visa and my guitarist was in another country, so we couldn't do much about it. So I'm sorry about that. Well, it's turning into more hangover than drunk. So it used to be fun. It's still fun, but it's different. So I think I need to rest because I can't say anything useful or productive really. I'm always alone with my thoughts, but doesn't matter. Thanks. But I think dark beers are fantastic. I also need to say good night because I've been up a long time and also it's late in general. Many of you should try to rest. And I probably lost or missed a few questions along the line here today. So I'm more than happy to receive them through email, of course. And see you next time. And yeah, tomorrow is another work day, which means 11 hours of meh. Thanks and good night. Yeah, I'm always working, and yeah, tomorrow should be fine. Thanks. Good night. Yeah, you're more than welcome, and thank you all for dropping by. Take care, and see you next time. Good night.